We are coming to you from the city beautiful Chicago, Illinois, where this afternoon, WGN Sports presents White Sox baseball. As Jose Abreu, Alexi Ramirez, Adam Eaton and the Sox as they get set to butt heads with Robinson Cano and Lloyd McClendon's red-hot Seattle Mariners. Hi, everybody, and welcome. With Steve Stone, I'm Ken Harrell, as we get set to bring you Game 2 of this three-game set. If you missed the opener last night, it was just a great ball game. Chris Sale was being Chris Sale. We won that game 7-1. He went the distance, striking out 12, and that broke a four-game winning streak of the Mariners. But this afternoon, we get our problems.
Their best is out on the mound, and that's Felix Hernandez. Last night, they saw our best and didn't do very well. Hopefully, we do a little better against King Felix. Last time out against the Indians, he was brilliant. But bear in mind, he's on a streak. 7 straight games where this guy has gone at least 7 innings and given up 2 runs or less. That being said, in this ballpark, he struggled. He's 1-5 lifetime here, 4-5 against the Sox. His ERA in the high 3s. But look at what he's done this year. 10 wins, tied for third. ERA at 2.10, he's in first place. Innings in second, strikeouts in third. Opponent's batting average tied for third. This is one tough customer, and Hockey's got his velocity back.
Well, we've got some guys going up there today, especially one, Jose Abreu, who's had some really good success against Cy Young Award winners.
If you take a look at what Jose's done this year, most of it is absolutely remarkable. Then you take a look at who he's done it against and realize just how good he is. First time he looked at Verlander, he hit it 440 over the center field wall. Then David Price came on. He took him out of the ballpark to left. A hanging slider from Kershaw, who, by the way, has 36 consecutive scoreless innings, but not here. And Abreu saw the knuckleball, liked the knuckleball, and R.A. Dickey threw one up, and he hit it out of the ballpark. So with 27 home runs and 69 driven in, those are some of the guys that he hit home runs off of. Not only the Cy Young Award winners, but Dan Herron, Tim Hudson, and Garrett Richards. He's been a remarkable story this year. He's fun to watch, and he's on our ball club.
And he just continues to make history. So sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way.
Cellular Field, White Sox and Mariners game 2 of the series. Before the game, we talked to Don Cooper about a lot of things, including the starting pitching and Chris Sale's effort last night. But at the end of the interview, we talked about the White Sox future, and he was telling me that Jose Abreu has had a big impact not only in the offense, but on the pitching also. And Coop likes the direction this team is headed.
This was kind of been billed as a retooling or reshaping year. It's a whole lot different than last year. Last year was a terrible year for us as an organization. And, I don't even like talking about it, but the bottom line is we're heading in a much, much better positive direction with the acquisition of Abreu. That alone has taken us from where we were last year to a whole different spot. We've got Sale on top of, so we've got one of the better players, one of the best pitchers, so that's a pretty good, cornerstone to build around. And I think we come to play every day. We play hard. More often than not, we're playing smart, and we don't quit. So there's a lot of good characteristics that this team has.
White Sox pitching coach Don Cooper, Ken Harrelson, Steve Stone is standing by. All the action right around the corner here on WGN.
Your home for the most live sports. And welcome back to beautiful U.S. Cellular Field. It's a cloudy day today, but temperature 75 degrees and otherwise just a perfect day for baseball. Let's take a look how Lloyd McClendon is going to line up his Mariners today. He's got the familiar 6 left-handers against a left-handed starter look. James Jones leads it off, and Willie Bloomquist is in left field hitting second. Robinson Cano, Corey Hart. Kyle Seager, one of the better third basemen around, with Mike Zunino, Logan Morrison, Michael Saunders, and Brad Miller, who did not start yesterday's game, but who's in there at shortstop today. The White Sox defense and how they'll line up behind Jose Quintana, Alejandro Diaz, Adam Eaton, and Diane Viciedo in the outfield, with Connor Gillespie, Alexi Ramirez, Gordon Beckham, and Jose Abreu in the infield. Tyler Flowers gets a nod behind the plate. And Jose Quintana on the hill, looking for his 6th win of the year. His ERA more than respectable. It's less than 3.5. He's on for his 18th start. Opponent's hitting .256, which is certainly good. Just 31 walks with 90 strikeouts, just under a 3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, and that's also very good. The umpires for the game this afternoon: Ed Hickox behind the plate. Lance Baird is at first, Ron Culp is at second, and Dana Demuth is at third. So there is the first-year skipper of the Seattle Mariners, Lloyd McClendon, who certainly likes his ball club. You might remember him as a batting coach with Detroit for a lot of years under Jim Leland. Had managerial experience at Pittsburgh before that. And he's a good man and a good baseball man. And on the other side, Robin certainly likes what his team has done over the last couple of days. The ball game last night couldn't have been more perfect. The offense was here. The defense caught everything. And Chris Sale was magnificent. So trying to win the second game of this 3-game series, They throw the ball around the infield, which means you're ready to play baseball, and I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
All right, Stoney, thank you. And once again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to White Sox baseball right here with WGN Sports. So happy you could join us for Game 2 of this 3-game set. As the center fielder James Jones stands in, and he gets set to face our 25-year-old southpaw Jose Quintana. And the first pitch of the ball game. Taken up high. Jones comes in hitting at 287, no homers. He's driven in 8. Mariners hitting 244 as a club with a 3.25 team ERA. That will get it done. These two teams met 6 times last year and split them. Here at the ballpark, 330 down the left field line, 335 down the right field line, 375 in the gaps, and 400 straight away center. That breaking ball popped up Alexei. He's a good man to keep off, Jones is. He's 17 for 18 in stolen bases. So here's Bloomquist hitting at 278, a homer. He's driven in 12.
He had a couple of base hits last night off Chris Sale. Not many people could say that. And Willie, although we saw him at shortstop yesterday, he's in left field today. That's the reason he's still in the major leagues all these years, is he can play anywhere.
Outfield slightly to the right. And he takes that fastball at 92 for strike 1. And a happy 4th of July weekend to each and all. Make it a very reflective, a loving, and a safe one.
Wind not very much of a factor today.
That breaking ball out in front.
You know, in the infield on a tapper, you had best hurry with Bloomquist, because the one thing that Willie has done throughout his career, which is admirable certainly, because he's had his ups and downs, but he hustles every play. And on a tapper in the infield, he's going to get down the line from the right side as well as just about anybody.
That one high and wide. Seattle comes in 26 and 17 on the road. That is terrific. Won 4 out of the last 5 and 8 out of the last 11. As he gone, 2 down.
Good stuff by Tyler Flowers, a breaking ball in the dirt. And Bloomquist was trying to protect. And you see, perfect execution. Tyler got down on his knees, elbows in, angling forward, and he put the glove covering up what in hockey parlance is called a 5-hole. So nothing could get by.
So here is their man right here. Robinson Cano takes a breaking ball strike. Hitting at 322, 6 homers, but he's knocked in 51. He has faced Quintana 7 times, and he has a couple of hits. What a player. What a player.
5-game hitting streak. Things are going pretty well. He's actually started to hit the ball out of the ballpark. He's always been able to do that, but his home ballpark not necessarily conducive to the long ball.
No, his home runs, when he gets it in the air, it goes a long way as far as distance. But a lot of his home runs in Yankee Stadium are just low line drives. Get out of there.
And certainly in right center field, you can do a whole lot of that. And he gets a lot of top spin because he gets a lot of top hands. So those line drives don't really carry like Abreu's. They go out there, but then they kind of go down, and those are the doubles. And he's hit 20 of them.
Good swing at that one. And Abreu, talking about line drives, hit one yesterday. If you missed it, poof, here it is. This ball was just, it's one of those you had to see it to believe it. Everybody in the ballpark thought it was going to be off the wall or one hop the wall for a double, and it just didn't come down.
I don't think that ball got above maybe 20 feet all the way and just stayed there.
That carry was unreal. There's a chopper 2 hopper. So a nice opening inning for Quintana, and after half inning of play. So he has nothing, and the good guy is coming to bat.
Today it's going to be Adam Eaton, Gordon Beckham, Jose Abreu with Adam Dunn the DH, and Alexi Ramirez, Connor Gillespie, Diane Viciedo, Alejandro Diaz, and Tyler Flowers rounding it out. The defense and out of the lineup behind King Felix. It's Bloomquist, Jones, and Saunders in the outfield with Seager, Miller, Cano, and Morrison in the infield. Mike Zunino behind the plate. And Felix Hernandez on the hill. He's 10-2 this year. 2.10 ERA on for his 19th start. Opponent's hitting just .205, and as you can see, he very rarely walks anybody. 22, yet 137 strikeouts. That is some strikeout to walk ratio, one of the best in baseball.
Well, Mike Blauer is one of their announcers and a former player and a pretty good hitter, and has been around Seattle for a long time. Told me he has never seen Felix pitch better.
Well, the velocity's back up, and when you're throwing 94, 95 and have that straight change and slow curveball and slider to go with it and getting everything over the plate, you're pretty tough.
And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours. Yeah, the last time that we saw Felix, you and I both were just shocked because he just didn't have a lot of stuff.
No, he became a changeup guy.
Yeah. That one at 92. Sox come in hitting at .253 with a 4.30 ERA. Sox 23-20 here at home, but 18-26 on the road. That breaking ball a little high. Adam hitting at .275. He was 1 for 3 with an RBI yesterday. There's a base hit. Good way to start it right there. And for the psyche, a good way for us, for the psyche of Hernandez.
Well, it has to be in the back of Felix's mind that he's just 1-5 in this ballpark. Now, he throws that fastball. It's actually down and out of the zone, but you'd have to figure that Adam is looking away. He wasn't thinking about pulling anything unless he would get a slow breaking ball. So a very promising way to start.
And that ball hit hard in the center field. Jones going back.
I'm not sure about that throw in, but that being said, Jones turned to 360.
And now let's check out our Southwest Airlines picks to click. Demands yard, Gretchen Kuhlman with Yazzie. Steve's going with Ramirez and Dewey, Marinella, and Diego Tomko and I down in Orlando, Florida. We're going with Tyler Flowers. So here's Abreu. Just setting history. That's all he's doing. And those picks to click brought to you by Southwest Airlines. You can find their fares only at southwest.com.
If he can hit 3 home runs in his next 5 games, he will have gotten to 30 faster than anybody in the game.
Stops that one foul.
Got his work cut out for him today, though, with Felix. There you look at the 18-game hitting streak, 338, 8 home runs, 18 driven in to 12 scored. I would say over 18 games, that's pretty good. But just about everything he does is pretty good.
It's fun to watch history being made. And that is a chopper foul.
Hernandez won the Cy Young Award in 2010. Considering he went 13-12 that year, you would say, well, I mean, now that's a good year. But then you look at some of the other numbers. He led the league in ERA at 2.27. Led the league in games started at 34. Innings pitched to 249 and 2/3 with 232 strikeouts.
They had a bad ball club.
And had a team that couldn't score many runs.
Well, the thing about Felix, he is one of the leaders on this ball club, if not the leader. And that's tough for a pitcher. Pitchers, you don't find pitchers or leaders in the ball club very often. I'm sure Cano is going to step in and take his place. Felix with a good move for a right-hander over to first. But he's loved by his teammates. He's loved by all the members of that traveling party. And just being a terrific person. Stops that one foul.
The last 7 years, he's taken the ball whenever they've asked him to take it. 31, 30, 31, 34, 34, 33, and 33 starts over the last 7 years. And you know, those are a lot of games where he was getting 1 and 2 runs of support, sometimes no runs of support.
The 0-2 pitch. There was a good pitch to hit. He hit it hard, but foul. Adam was on the move.
Good pitch to run because you figure to get something out of the zone, and Felix hung that curveball. He got very lucky that that ball hung inside, and Jose got around on it too quickly.
Couple of baseball's best talents going at it head to head right here in this at bat. He reached back. That was at 95.
Threw that high fastball. Now if you want to go 0-2, usually a good pitch to run, thinking you couldn't get the high fastball by him. Maybe he'll go back to the breaking ball. Don't forget Lloyd McClendon will give Zunino the occasional sign. Lloyd was a former major league catcher.
Ball gets through Zunino. So that'll be the 12th wild pitch for Felix. With his stuff, he's going to have a lot of wild.
Yeah, this ball just eats up Zunino. Took a high hop, so you don't have to worry about stealing second now.
And Cano, he's smart enough to know that he better hang out around second base with 1 out. And that's out number 2.
That's an amazing 90-mile-an-hour changeup. He just sees the bottom fall out of it. At 90, that's better than a whole lot of major league fastballs.
Well, that's like the old Baltimore BP fastball.
Yep. For him, it is.
Yeah. So here's Adam hitting at 230, 12 homers. 33 knocked in. Now he has faced Felix 10 times, has 3 hits, one of which stayed in the park.
Outfield about as deep as you can get all the way around. Figuring on a base hit, Eaton's going to score anyway.
Alexei on deck. And Alexei's had some success against Felix, 8 for 27. Some pitchers are aware of who's on deck, and others have no idea who's on deck. A little soft comebacker. And that'll retire the side. We get the leadoff single by Adam Eaton, and after 1, no score. Seager, Zunino to face Jose Quintana. First pitch strike.
Howard is very important to this ball club because he's one of the few right-handed difference makers. Hit 87 home runs in 3 years for Milwaukee. He also had surgery on both knees, and the Mariners took a gamble. So they make no secret of the fact that they're in the market for yet another right-hander who can produce some power to balance out this left-hand hitting lineup.
He gone. 1 out.
This ball was way inside. It's a fastball, and Hart just swings over the top.
So here's Seager hitting at 282, 13 long ones and 59 driven in. He was 1 for 4 last night as he takes first pitch strike. Yeah, when you limit a manager like McClendon, it has no options. There's just no options. Nowhere he can go when they pitch a good left-hander against him.
No, the only thing he could go to is 6 lefties. Because the only right-hander he has on the bench is a backup catcher.
Yeah,
John Buck.
Can't play him, not unless one of those other guys can catch.
They could really use maybe a couple right-handers.
They could. When you're talking about making a deal like that, it's not 1, it's 2.
Seager, one of the best third basemen that you don't hear much about.
He's 1 for 4 against Quintana with a home run. Yeah, he's a good one. And he's going to get much better. As is that man on deck. Seager, just 26 years old. Took a little something off. He gone. 2 down. 3 strikeouts now for Jose.
You love to see any pitcher change speeds on his breaking ball. He does throw a hard slider. This would be probably considered a soft curveball. But he had Seager way out in front of him.
So here's the 23-year-old catcher, Mike Zunino. 12 homers, 32 knocked in. Hitting at 220, but that's a hard 220 because that bat of his has won them a lot of games already this year.
His first round draft pick in 2012, so he got to the major leagues in a hurry, and now he's the everyday catcher. What he does do, what a lot of young power hitters do, is strikes out a lot. Spanned 89 times in 69 games. That being said, he can also hit it a long way.
He's got the catbird seat count 2-0. Shanks that one, souvenir right side. And that was fired into the crowd.
Zunino has walked 11 times only, 245 at bats, which means that he's got that nose to toe strike zone.
Change up. Gets back even at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Breaking ball down and in, he would not bite.
Logan Morrison in the on deck circle in case Zunino can keep it alive.
Payoff pitch. He gone. And that'll retire the side. So 4 strikeouts now for Quintana.
TV.com and click on the Game Zone banner for updated stats and information. The Game Zone is powered by St. Xavier University. Tradition, innovation, this is where they meet.
No score, bottom of the second inning. For our guys, it's going to be Ramirez, Gillespie, and Vistieto. Being Felix, 28 years old, 6'3", 225 pounds. Out of a beautiful little town called Valencia in Venezuela. Played there back in 1960, either 63 or 4. I think it was 64. And won a ball and just had a tremendous time there. Alexei hitting at .293, 8 homers and 41 knocked in. And they're playing him perfectly. You know, with that patented underneath toss. He and Beltre are the two hardest, most accurate underneath throwers I've ever seen.
Well, normally you'd think when that ball whizzes by you on the mound that it's a base hit. But they did have a shift on, and Alexei hit it right at Cano.
Well, Cano's not unlike Cal Ripken Jr. Seems like every time a ball's hit, he's right in front of it.
They left the entire right side open, and at least that at bat, they were in a perfect spot.
Gillespie 0 for 4 yesterday. Takes first pitch strike. He's hitting at .311, a homer. He's driven in 30. He's been struggling lately. That breaking ball down and in. Another breaking ball, unhittable, and the count 1-2.
Now, if you're going to go after one down there, you have no chance. Maybe you might squib it off the end of the bat. That's probably your best bolt.
That changeup at 90, one of the harder changeups you'll ever see. What was Strasburg's changeup against us? 89?
It was 90.
90?
89, 90. I think that was the surprising thing, because at the time he consistently threw around 100 with his fastball, maybe touching 101. And so,
I know. Go ahead.
You looked at the change, you'd say to yourself, well, that's a normal fastball for most people. But our guys were fooled consistently by it.
And I talked to him after the game. The only pitch they talked about was not his fastball, not his curveball. It was a changeup. They were just raving about his changeup. In fact, AJ after that game, Przizinski said it's the greatest changeup he'd ever seen.
Well, he had amazing stuff. He's had some trouble since coming back from arm surgery, although he's still a terrific pitcher. With that being said, when we first saw that guy, he looked like he was going to win 24 every year.
One out, 2-2 the count. I know in my career I never faced a guy with a 90-mile-an-hour changeup. Faced a lot of hard throwers, but
no, they didn't feature that one too often.
No. There they chopper 2 hopper.
I would be remiss if I didn't ask you your opinion of the deal, Samardzija and Hamill going to Oakland, and forgetting the youngsters coming back, Addison Russell and Billy McKinney and Dan Straley. But the effect on Oakland adding Samardzija and Hamill in the middle of that starting rotation.
Well, the first thing I when my friend texted me about it before it hit the news, I think right at that same time, first thing I thought about, well, they just won themselves the division.
They got themselves 2 really good pitchers.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, Seattle has played really good. Angels are a good ball club. Angels are not going to be able to compete with that rotation in that division because Oakland is good anyway. As Desiedo now with an 0-2 count. And it just blew Seattle out of the water, in my opinion, unless they go out and get some right-handed hitting.
And the Angels did get a reliever, left-handed reliever Joe Thatcher, as well as Tony Campana from the Diamondbacks in exchange for a couple of prospects.
Yeah, that deal is.
But I don't think the deal was made necessarily for this regular season, because I think Oakland realizes that they're probably going to be in the playoffs. They got a terrific team. Their pitching staff has been wonderful. But they're thinking about all of those years with only 1 round in the playoffs ever won in the last 14, 15 years.
Yes, he did. And that's a 1-2-3 inning, a 6 in a row retired by Felix. And we'll go to the 3rd scoreless.
McDermott is a basketball player, judging by the fact that he is very tall, very young, and right now very excited to be with the Chicago Bulls, and congratulations on leading the nation in scoring. That's number 1. And number 2, did you ever think you'd wind up with the Bulls?
I had no idea. You know, I was so excited when I heard that they were going to trade for me. You know, it's a dream come true, you know, watching the Bulls when you're younger growing up, and, you know, to actually be here, you know, it's surreal.
You also played for your father for 4 years at Creighton, and I think that's got to be really unusual. How was it for you knowing, obviously, this man raised you and now you're playing for him?
Yeah, it was different at first, you know, tough. You know, he was harder on me than he was the other guys, so I had to get used to that, but great 4 years, a lot of memories, and we're really excited, you know, about the future of Creighton and my future here in Chicago.
Well, you said you wanted to stay in the Midwest. You don't get too much more Midwest than Chicago. This is a great city. You're going to love the Bulls. You're going to love the fans. And what are your initial impressions of the city of Chicago?
I mean, just the fans are unreal. You know, everywhere I go, people are recognizing us. Me and Cam, the other guy that got drafted, and it's just awesome. You know, they care so much about these teams. You know, they pack in the United Center every night. So just so excited. People are so nice, and just has a great Midwestern feel to it.
Well, we all welcome you to town. You're going to love the Bulls. You had a great collegiate career. Now it's time to take the next step, and good luck, Doug.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Doug McDermott. Boy, what a thrill that is for a young player like that. And how about the people? How about the people at Northern Iowa for letting you go? You had to really be pleased about that. Oh yeah, okay. Saunders leading the nation in scoring.
I would say that.
Are you kidding me?
When you're first team All-American in 2012, 2013, and 2014, you got something there.
Well,
you can put the ball in the basket.
Our vice president in charge of marketing, Brooks Boyer, pretty good basketball player himself, 2-time captain of Notre Dame. I asked Brooks when we found out that they got him, I said, how about this guy? He said, Hawk, he can play. He can play. $3,150 points. That's fifth all time. Fifth all time in Division I college basketball. He gone. He knew it. 2 down. 5 strikeouts now for Quintana. Here's Brad Miller. Shortstop did not play yesterday against Chris Sale. Batting average not too good, but he's got 8 homers and 23 knocked in. In spring training, he impressed everybody.
He certainly has some pop, and I asked Lloyd McClendon any reason for not playing him yesterday. Is he hurt? Is he okay? He says no, he's fine. He's going to be in the lineup tomorrow, but we got enough left-handers against Chris Sale and enough youngsters against him. I just didn't want to throw him to Chris in yesterday's game, and I think he made a wise choice.
That's good thinking.
Yeah.
You know, you got to protect your guys as much as you can. The psyche. I don't care. Unless you're going real good. If Brad's going real good, he'd have been in that lineup. But when you're struggling like that, a wise choice by McClendon. He gone. Breaking ball. 6 strikeouts. 9 up, 9 down for our Jose Quintana. Out there that are dealing. Our Quintana is 9 up, 9 down for him. We have a base hit off Felix. That was a leadoff single by Adam Eaton. And that's the only thing we have. He's retired everybody else. So it'll be Diaz, Flowers, and back to the top of the order with Adam. First pitch strike. Now, the reason I brought up Northern Iowa was the fact originally Doug signed a letter of intent to go there. And his dad was coaching at Iowa State. And then when he moved to Creighton, then Northern Iowa allowed him to get out of the letter of intent to go play for his dad. I mean, they knew what they were getting, too.
I thought that was a pretty nice thing for them to do.
Yes, it was. That's up high. Alejandro hitting at 229, 5 homers, 25 knocked in. He is 2 for 7 lifetime off Hernandez. 2 for 8. And Sox fans, Summer Fun Day is Wednesday, July 23rd at 1:10. Our Sox are offering specially priced tickets to day camps, park districts, daycares, summer camps, sports camps, and their friends and family. So groups of 20 or more will receive a free scoreboard message, and tickets start at $10 for lower level seats. So for tickets, visit whitesox.com/fun. Tyler had a big at bat yesterday.
That last pitch was a pretty good pitch, and I'm sure Zunino is talking with Ed Hickox about it because it had all upper part of the strike zone. That young fan. Well, he's getting up to an inning and a half. He's able to stay awake for an inning and a half, which is good. He'll build up his endurance.
There's a breaking ball, little chopper 2 hopper. Seager 2 down, but Tyler took one for the club yesterday on an 0-2 count. It was instrumental in that 5th inning in us scoring 4 times.
It was a curveball that he saw coming into him, and much to his surprise, the ball actually hit him. I think he was shocked when that ball hit him.
Well, you know, after Sierra had let it off with a single, that put men on first and second, nobody out, and then the double by Eaton, sacrifice fly by Beckham, and a 2-run homer by Abreu.
Nice.
If Tyler strikes out there or hits into a double play, we don't get nada.
It's nice to extend your hitting streak to 18 games with a 2-run bomb.
There's a little slow chopper. Seager with a good play, and that'll retire the side. So that's 9 in a row retired by Felix.
Log at WGNTV.com, sponsored by Jeff Vukovich. He's your local nationwide insurance agent serving the area for 36 years. To join the nation, visit jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side.
Top of the order here in the top of the fourth.
We haven't seen if Jones can bunt yet, but it's usually a pretty good idea. In the lefty-lefty matchup, when most left-handers fall off the mound to the third base side. But with that in mind, Gillespie and Abreu in at the corners. He thought about it, but it was up high.
He popped up to Alexei, leading off the ball game. Two and 0 the count. Goes through that one. That evens the count at 2-2.
Jones with the 4th round draft pick in 2009, so he came up through the Mariners system. At one point hit 14 home runs in the minor leagues, so he showed a little power, and he's not a small guy.
There's another souvenir left side.
From Brooklyn, New York, 6'4", 200 pounds, and eventually the Mariners believe that he can hit 10 to 15 and give you just unbelievably good speed.
Breaking ball. And it's foul. Well, that's where the game is going. And justifiably so. Speed, speed, and more speed.
If you can find a guy or two that can hit the ball out of your ballpark and surround him with enough fleas who can catch the ball, you're going to put yourself, along with the pitching staff, put yourself in shape to have a pretty good team.
That ball hit well into center field. I don't have to give it a second look before zeroing in. And here is Bloomquist. Struck out his first trip. Breaking ball. 2 out. The Sox fans come out to the ballpark for Italian Heritage Night on Friday, July 18th. Now, the Sox are offering specially priced tickets to everyone with Italian heritage, their family and friends, starting at $10 for lower level seats. So to purchase, visit whitesox.com/Italy. Here's Cano. Well, you can cancel a post-game show. There is their first hit, their first base runner.
The 5-time All-Star gets a first ball fastball and slices it right by Gillespie. He's playing him off the line and can't flag it down.
So here's Corey Hart. Struck out. Takes first pitch strike.
Hart always had very big power to right and right center field while a member of the Brewers, especially in Miller Park.
0-2 the count. 2 years ago when we were up there, I was watching him take batting practice, standing by the cage. He hit one of the longest drives to right center field. You want to see a right-hander hit?
He could do that.
High and wide.
Can't be easy coming back from 2 knee surgeries, however. But Seattle decided to take a gamble. They gave him an incentive-laden contract.
You know, at one time is, yes, he did. Yes, he did. That is strikeout number 7. And we'll go to the bottom of the 4th. Still no score. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. And a big Sox hello to our buddy Mark Grant watching out in San Diego. He's a catbird seat guy.
I got to tell you something. He is a really nice guy, and I appreciate him because I grew up watching him pitch for the Giants.
I'll tell you what.
It was astonishing.
The only reason you're saying that is because we don't play him again this year. He'll be skinning your behind, your buttocks. So here is Beckham. Takes a breaking ball strike. Gordon lined out hard to James Jones in center field. Yeah, Mark, boy, he was a pretty good pitcher. Whew. Good swing, just underneath it, and the count 0-2. If you're just joining us, we've only had 1 base runner. That was a leadoff single by Adam Eaton in the bottom of the 1st. Another breaking ball. One and 2. Outfield spread out. Straight up. Four strikeouts now for Hernandez.
Well, I talked to Lloyd McClendon about, does he have a pitch count, especially with some of his younger pitchers? And he said no. He said because, and you and I talk about this all the time, he said you can get to 100 pitches, and if you're coasting, I got no problem with you staying in the game. But you can be at 85, 90 pitches, have to go to the well 3 times, pitching under duress. He said, I got to go get you then, because I know how tough it is.
Well, that's the common denominator for it. Was that ball hit deep, center field, and James Jones up against the wall makes the catch. A beautiful play by the rookie center fielder. I don't think it was out of here, but it certainly was a nice play by Jones.
That ball stayed up long enough to help Jones to be able to gauge exactly where it was going to come down, because it's a hanging slider. Jones knows exactly where he is, goes up at the last instant, knows because he's taken 3 steps on the warning track that he's going to go up and hit the wall immediately. So he's able to secure the ball in the glove. And what a play that was.
Yeah, that was. Well, he's playing a very deep center field. That allowed him to make that play. So here is Adam. No, but that's what a lot of managers, they go right by the count. They get to a certain, and a lot of that's dictated by the administrative staff, not the baseball staff.
Lloyd told me the best thing ever happened to him was the first year he went and became a bullpen coach. He said because then he paid attention to the pitchers and how many times they warmed up, and he put it in the book. He says he still does that. If a guy gets up twice, doesn't go in, never puts him in the game, 3 days in a row is the most he'll ever use any of his pitchers.
There's a little shank, not going to be playable.
And it was really interesting because it almost mirrored a lot of conversations you and I have had. He said, my job is to protect my bullpen. He said, that's why I got 8 guys out there. And so I monitor how many times they throw. He said, the year that I spent out there and saw how hard these guys worked in the pen to try to get ready every day was the best thing that ever happened to me as far as eventually being a manager.
Well, I can believe that. That's just being smart. Just using your experience. As we talked about, that's the first priority in today's game of baseball the manager has, is to protect his bullpen. Not his starters, but the starters are the best protection for your bullpen if that's outside.
Well, for instance, you got Felix on the mound. 9 straight games, he's gone at least 7 innings and given up 2 earned runs or less in 9 straight games. So you know the most you're going to have to cover is 6 outs. More times than not, you have to cover less than that. There you look at the last start. I would say that's pretty impressive. 1 hit, no runs, 9 strikeouts. I don't know how he walked 3. Must have gotten some bad calls. But that being said, he did pretty well then.
And there's ball 4. First walk of the ball game. And that'll bring up Alexi. Well, Felix made his 5th start in the major leagues against us out in Seattle.
That wasn't the Brian Anderson game, was it?
Yeah. But the kicker was, in his first 4 major league starts, he did not give up an extra base hit. The first extra base hit he gave up was 2. So check this out first. Jermaine Dye hit a little flare double down the right field line. That was the first extra base hit. And then Brian Anderson hit 2 home runs off of him in the game. 1 off a curveball and one off a fastball.
Pretty amazing.
But go first 4 major league starts and not give up an extra base hit. That'll tell you what kind of stuff he had. And has.
Well, another huge story developing. And we saw him, and he didn't have great stuff the night we saw him in Los Angeles. That was Clayton Kershaw. That's when he hung the slider to Abreu and he hit a home run. But Kershaw now has 36 straight scoreless innings. But that only puts him 3rd on the all-time Dodger list. You got Don Drysdale at 58, and right above him at 59 is Orel Hershiser. But 36 scoreless in this day and age, that's pretty stout.
What Felix has done is unbelievable, too. 9 straight starts.
Well, that's
7 or more innings. 2 or less runs.
2 or less earned runs. Yeah,
that's amazing.
Pretty amazing. A little spell of wildness here. So against a normal pitcher, you would think 3-1, man out first already, you're automatically going to get a fastball. Well, you might guess one.
Well, the old saying, don't look for something you can't handle.
He's going to get a fastball away. Let's see if he can get the bat on it.
Out and around it. The only guy that I ever faced in my career that you have a pretty good idea on guys that you watch even though you're not playing anymore. But the only guy that I ever faced in my career that had close to right-hander, I'm talking about, right-hander, close to his stuff, was Joe Moeller. But Joe had a great curveball. He threw maybe a little touch harder than Felix. Logan Morrison breaking out, or else they would have nailed him. Full count, but Joe did not have the slider nor the change that Felix has.
Well, that's what's really set him apart.
There's a chopper 2 hopper, and that'll retire the side. We're into the 5th. Still no runs have been scored. One walk. They stranded 1, we stranded 2. So that'll tell you all you got to know about what's been going on here if you're just tuning in.
They got a shift on against Kyle Seager, who foiled the shift yesterday with a line drive rocket to the vacated left side. But Sox infield believes that he's going to pull the ball.
I'll tell you, he can pick it. I'm still trying to figure out who was in spring training that told you and I that he was not a good first baseman.
Well, if they said that he didn't have good hands, they were 100% wrong. Because his hands at first base on just about anything, including a line drive 1-hop rocket like that was, they're soft. He makes the play, and he will take it himself.
And that's popped up, so he's going to get out of there, Tyler. And he's also terrific on pop-ups, coming in or going back to his left.
When Morrison first came up with the then Florida Marlins, he was their minor league player of the year. He won just about every award you could win and was their #1 prospect.
Boy, he did get a lot of votes.
Oh, he was. I saw him in the Arizona Fall League. I couldn't believe how well and how balanced he was as a hitter. Using all fields, very strong, could take it out any part of the ballpark. I thought there's no way this guy can't be a star, but as so often happens in baseball, he got hurt, and he got hurt a number of times. And he got hurt with his legs, he got hurt with his wrist, and he never has yet gotten to where it looked like he was going. But he's still young enough to have a chance.
Yeah, he's just 26. Right at that 26, 27, 28 window. The guys with big promise either make it or they don't. Jacks it up on a breaking ball. That evens the count at 2.
He was one of the few guys last night that was right on a Sale fastball. Got a base hit. Michael Saunders in the on deck circle. He's a very valuable outfielder to have because he can play all 3 positions.
Actually could not come up with it. So that'll be an infield single. Their second hit.
That slide that Lexi goes into to his right. Is a tough way to make a play.
Saunders. Michael struck out his first trip. And he takes ball 1. Walker against Noesi. Tomorrow, make your plans to be with us for the finale of this 3-game set and this homestand. And it's off to Boston for 4 and Cleveland for 3.
The Seattle team was a team that let Noesi go out of spring training, so if you can get the same feeling that Belisario got when he faced the Dodgers in those 2 stints out of the bullpen in Los Angeles, he had the best stuff he might have ever had. Closing down 2 games against his former mates. Maybe Noesi feels the same about these Mariners.
Outfield straight up, spread out, about equidistant.
Orson 2 for 2 in stolen bases, so despite the fact that he is a big man, he can run a little.
Two balls and a strike. Got just a rolling breaking ball right there. Good pitch to hit. Couldn't do anything with it. So 2-2. Yeah, that deal, getting back to that deal with Oakland. Samardzija and Hamill for Addison Russell and Billy McKinney.
Addison Russell's a stud.
Gotta be.
Well, he's a better shortstop right now than Starlin Castro. That being said, his strong point is his bat. He doesn't have the power that Javier Baez has, who's a guy they have in the minor leagues. But he's a terrific hitter. That could turn out to be a good trade because it makes someone else expendable for the Cubs.
And there's a shot base hit. So they'll get it back in now with 2 out runners at the corners.
The same thing with McKinney. He's what they've been looking for a while, left-hand hitting outfielder, because they have a lot of potent bats that probably will shift to the outfield, noticeably Chris Bryant. And with McKinney, a left-handed bat, that's one of the things they'll also have an abundance of, some outfielders and some middle infielders, and so that's how you shore up the pitching staff in your minor leagues.
Miller struck out, called out on a curveball. And he got a good pitch to hit and fouls it off. Yeah, those two kids must be really good.
Well, and you remember Dan Straley, because last year he started 27 games, looked pretty good, and then this year they sent him down.
He had a good changeup.
Yeah, and he still has a chance to be a very serviceable 4 or 5 in the starting rotation. But they're going to have to go out and get some top of the rotation starting pitching. And maybe they already have one in Arrieta.
Oh, and 2. Well, they're certainly going to force the action between the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim and the Mariners of Seattle.
Well, there's no doubt that they're going to have to make some corresponding moves, or they're going to watch the Oakland ball club just wave bye-bye.
Yeah.
Not too many people are going to hit that pitching staff. It was good enough anyway before Samardzija and Hammond. There are the standings heading into today. The Angels 3.5 back. Seattle 6 back.
He gone. And he pitches out of it. 8 strikeouts now. We're halfway home. Still no score. Flexible ticket plans include the Sox Pick 7 plan, where you select the games you want, including great matchups, promotions, and fireworks night. Now, flexible ticket plans, all you got to do is call 312-674-1000 or visit WhiteSox.com.
Do you think that first blockbuster trade, and this was, there's been some smaller trades, this was first blockbuster trade, do you think that will shake things loose now?
No question. Yeah, that's no question. That's going to have its ripple effects.
I think the Yankees got to make a deal, because Joe Girardi came out yesterday and said there's a chance that CC Sabathia
Yeah, I saw
might
that.
have been lost for the year. And they needed a pitcher anyway, with or without CC.
Well, that's one of the great things about our game today, is that there's so much parity. I mean, there's so many teams that are still in it. You know, if that deal were made, say, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, so big deal, you know. Not anymore.
No, there's a lot of teams with 2 wild cards in each league. A lot of teams are going to sit back. They're not quite in the middle of it for the division, but they're certainly not out of it for the wild card. And they might be willing to give up a little bit of the future for a lot of the present.
Well, on one side of the page, Bud Selig has forced these owners to spend a lot of money. You know, on the other side of the page, he's put them in a position to spend a lot of money.
Say, they're making a lot of money.
That's right.
And so you spend a little more of it.
And that's what causes the parity.
And also you have to have terrific international scouts, because we just started the international scouting deadline where you can now sign guys, and Sox signed 4 of them. And I believe that first day.
Yeah, the oldest one's 17.
So you'll have to wait. But that being said, get some pretty good players out of there. Out of the places where you're not able to draft them.
3 16-year-olds and 1 17-year-old.
Last 7 games, Tank has been pretty good. And there's a young man, full uniform, 1983 logo.
He's ready to go. He's ready for some runs.
Looks like he's ready for a nap.
That ball's muscled into left field deep. And Bloomquist, right on the Comcast Sportsnet sign, jumps up and makes the catch. He just muscled that ball out there.
That's 2 of the Mariner outfielders that have been chased all the way back to the wall. This one, a changeup that Felix probably wanted down a little lower. And Willie was shortstop yesterday, proving more than a competent left field today. And oh, how could that fall short?
Well, in 133 innings this year, he's only given up 4 home runs.
That's truly unbelievable.
Big curveball. Biter. Yeah, he's a different looking guy than the last time we saw him.
Well, if there was anything wrong with him, he still took the ball. Took the ball, went to the mound every time. That fastball was topping out at 90. I don't think you could get above that. Slow curves, straight changes, and still very effective. Just no fastball.
There's that changeup. And that'll retire the side. We'll go to the 6th, still no score. in the top of the sixth. Jones, Bloomquist, and Cano. Jones has popped to short and then went out deep to center. Takes the bunt, takes a strike. Count evens. One and two.
And in a game where likely one mistake could cost you the game, the way these two guys are pitching, Jones would be the last guy you'd want on base. He, for the most part, is their entire running attack.
He did not go. 2-2 the count.
.75 degrees. Nice day to be at the ballpark. And a pretty nice crowd on hand.
So that is out number one. And a reminder, Friday, July 18th is Rat Pack Night. So come see our Sox take on the Astros at 7:10, and all fans are invited to stay for a post-game fireworks show presented by Beggars Pizza. Beggars Pizza. Purchase 6 today by visiting whitesox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME. Oakland bat. Just get him. 2 down.
Good play by Alexi. He knew he had to hurry. And what helped was Bloomquist getting turned around after breaking his back. Was able to get him by a half step. And another fast man retired.
So here's Cano. He's grounded to second. Got their first hit with 2 out in the 4th inning. A shot down the close to the 3rd baseline. Broken bat there. Backs up, makes his own hop, the long tag in time, and that'll retire the side. So we go to the bottom of the 6th. Boy, we got a Jim Dandy going here. Scoreless tie. For us, it'll be Tyler Flowers, Adam Eaton, and Gordon Beckham. And I want to send a big White Sox hello to Steve Gandolfo of Aldala Chefs. Aldala. They just came out, Stevie, with a new chef called La Rouge. It's twice as strong as any graphite on the market, and it's one of the hottest chefs on tour right now.
So I figure I could probably pick them up for what, 50, 60 bucks a piece? No, huh?
Steve's taking right over for the Whimperoo with the mantra of, if you paid for it, it costs too much. As here is Tyler. Balls it sharply. But all the leader in great shafts. Those Rip Iron shafts they got are fantastic. So, one out. And here's Adam. Adam is 1 for 2.
They're going to move in at the corners for Adam. He's been swinging the bat pretty well lately. And normally when he gets on and the on base percentage just under 350, he's a catalyst for this offense.
First pitch strike. One of only 2 base runners we've had in this game.
Last 24, Adam Eaton a robust 330, 5 triples, and he will take a walk.
Oh, you got a cookie there. Tried to Tommy Hawk it and pops it up. And Sox fans, a reminder, join us on Sunday, July 20th, as our Sox take on Bo Porter's Houston Astros at 110. First 10,000 kids ages 13 and under will receive a retro White Sox pennant presented by Prairie Farms and North Star Frozen Treats. So purchase your tickets today by visiting whitesox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME. Gordon takes ball 1. He is lined hard to center and struck out.
This is a big sequence because if Gordon gets on, it brings Abreu to bat, and he just missed hitting it out of the park last time up.
Nice pick. Nice pick. 1, 2, 3 inning. What new? And we're into the 7th. Kyle Seager. Mike Zunino. Hart 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. 0-3-0 for them. 0-1-0 for us. Breaking ball strike. Checking some of our guys down at the minor league level. We got a young man down there on a 21-game hitting streak. At Birmingham, Rangel Ravello. One of our Cuban signees. 6'2", 220 pounds. Alexei's got him. 1 out. They'll bring up Seager, who has struck out and then hit a hot shot down the first that Abreu made a good play on. Also,
take a look at this. Kyle Seager makes it look easy. This is a tough pick. Backhand on the long hop. He throws it across right on the button.
Well, he's good now and he's getting better. There's a strike. Also at Birmingham. Kevin Smith hitting a 308. Micah Johnson hitting at 278. Still hadn't got back into quite the form after going on the DL. Tyler Saladino hitting at 301. A guy who's going to be a heck of a player. Carlos Sanchez. Youngster, switch hitter. That is, we've got some, I tell you, we've got some guys.
We got a lot of middle infielders.
Yes, we do.
That is an area where if you have an abundance, you will always find some trading partners because there's guys always looking for middle infielders. And they're looking for, basically, if they can't get an everyday starter, they're looking for a swingman who can play all 3 positions, including shortstop.
Two and two. 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Well, the first thing you look for at the minor league level, catching.
If you can find it. If you can,
that's the first thing you look for.
If you can find it, if you can draft it, if you can sign it, then you go get them.
Oh yeah, took something off of it, had him way off balance out in front. 9 strikeouts now.
We saw Chris Sale strike out 12 last night. And they saw him do it with a lot of breaking balls. The difference is that Chris throws a little harder, breaks a bit bigger. But Quintana has been just as effective here today.
And Zunino fouls that down. He has struck out and popped up to first.
Season high 10, that coming back in April against the Tigers. Jose's been once again a quality pitcher who probably should have a better record than he does, similar to last year.
Also down at Charlotte, Duente Heath pitching well. He's 5-1 with a 2.39, 60 1/3, 67 strikeouts.
That's good.
Yeah. Nice change up off the end of the bat. A nice 1-2-3 inning. 7th inning stretch, still scoreless. Here on July 5th between our Jose Quintana and Felix Hernandez.
Here's an Xfinity Speed replay. And it came in the fourth inning. It was a high slider. And King Felix is lucky to get away with this as James Jones goes up, catches the ball, goes into the wall, and robs Jose of at least a 2-base hit, and also extending that hitting streak to 19 games. It's still on the line as he's 0-for-2.
And one thing for sure, he's going to get at least one more at bat. But right here, get it right here. Outfield there, straight up, spread out. As he pours that fastball at 94 over.
That outfield is as deep all the way around as you're probably going to get.
Dunn on deck, and Alexei in the hole. Made a good pitch on him. And that's out number one. And Sox fans, next time you're looking to pick up great seats to the game, head to StubHub, where you can earn 2% back in fan rewards on every purchase, including White Sox tickets. Plus, with all-in pricing, there are no surprise fees at checkout. So StubHub, your tickets to upgrades and more. Adam is 0-for-1. Hit a little soft comebacker to Felix. Also his walk. That's the only walk that Hernandez has issued.
That soft comebacker was on a straight change on a 2-0 count. So he's aware that Adam has had good swings at him in the past.
That one at 94.
Adam's not going to catch up to it up there,
He's
however.
not going to get that one.
Nope. Pretty impressive numbers at 6 1/3. Just a 1 hit, 1 walk.
Breaking ball way out in front.
I'm a little surprised he would risk a breaking ball, because you miss with it and Adam can hit it a long way. Inside fastball here.
Well, he's always been a guy that even when he did not have the stuff that he has now, and we had good success against him, but he's always been a guy who appeared to throw every pitch with conviction. Every pitch.
He does that, and if you had the numbers lifetime that he has, you'd be pretty confident in everything you threw.
Exactly right. That changeup, that one at 91.
Some changeup, huh?
Yeah, well, you know, it's not a changeup. That's just taking something off his fastball. When the acknowledged differential in speeds, for an example, if you're throwing 95, 84 to 85 would be.
That's the ideal.
That's the ideal.
Yeah, you're looking 10, 11 miles an hour because you don't give a hitter a chance to then double clutch.
But it sure is working for him.
His best year, win-loss, back in 2009 when he was 19-5, his ERA 2.49. But because he didn't win the Cy, He decided to go 13-12 with an ERA of 2.27 and win the Cy Young Award the next year.
As he strikes him out. Well, that's a testament. I'll tell you, that's a testament to the writers.
There's no doubt they recognize he was the most dominant pitcher in baseball, despite the fact he was only 13-12.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a testament to those guys. There have been a lot of years that he would not have won it with those numbers. That won and loss record, I should say. But the writers, they're just getting better, just like players. What's the difference? They're getting better and better.
Well, they also, unlike years past, obviously now you got the MLB package. It's probably the best deal there is in sports. And you get to see every game, anywhere in the country, every day, every night. And you get to watch all these stars. It's wonderful. And for the baseball fan, you keep up on all of the news. You get all the breaking stories. Plus, you get to watch the games. I'm not sure you can get too much more than that. And I think that kind of exposure makes all the media guys these days a little more informed than they would have been 20 years ago.
No question. They're much more informed. They're coming into the business more informed. I was talking with a friend of mine, or both of ours, before the game. And I was telling him, we were talking about Abreu, and I told him about the home run he hit in Oakland. He said, what day was it? And I said, I looked in my book. I said, it was May 14th. He said, well, when I get back, I'll check it on my MLB app.
Yeah. You can do that.
Yeah.
You just cue it up, boom, it's there, and you take a look at it.
Yeah. That's the quickest. I wrote it down in my scorebook that day after he hit it. That's the quickest I've ever seen a ball leave the ballpark. And I played with Frank Howard. I played against Mantle and Maris, and Mays, and all those guys. As he gets him, that's 10 in a row retired by Felix, and we're into the 8th.
Zeros. And Abreu still looking to extend that hitting streak. He's 0 for 3 today. Start something special with great leases and low financing on the new Honda. Visit shophonda.com or your local Honda dealer.
And Morrison, his first pitch sharply into left field for the leadoff single here in the top of the 8th inning. He is now 2 for 3 and has hit the ball hard 3 times. Here's Saunders, a strikeout and a single.
Normally late in the game in these situations, you'd think about laying one down. Saunders does have a couple of sacrifices. That being said, Miller, who comes up next, has been a strikeout victim twice, and Jones, who follows him, is 0 for 3.
Did not check it up. Anyone to count. Gillespie on the grass at third.
Connor still believes that there's a chance Saunders is going to lay it down despite no evidence on the first 2 pitches.
Can't get that one.
The pen up, Patrichka and Serkan. And you would think these Mariners by this point would be yelling out, bring in the right-hander. Let me see one of those. Because every pitch they've seen in these 2 games has been delivered by a quality southpaw.
Pops him up, stay in here. Trying to come back and can't quite get there. Dadgummit.
Tyler did a pretty good job. He got as close as he could, extended as far as he could, and was probably about the length of a catcher's glove short. He reaches in. You see him feeling for the wall, but unfortunately not quite enough.
Two pitch. Nope. So a full count. We'll see what McClendon wants to do.
Morrison is 2 for 2. Doesn't have great speed.
He does not go. So trouble of brewing here in the top of the 8th inning. Got way ahead of him and then walks him.
Don Cooper wanting to find out if they're both ready in the pen. Miller came up in a different situation, 1st and 3rd and 2 outs, and he swung at a slider in the dirt, and it was out of the inning for Jose.
Now he's going to be bunting here.
He's got 2 of them this year. So he wants to bunt it right at Gillespie.
Breaking ball strike.
Runners at first and second, nobody out. Seattle has scored at least one 2/3 of the time. Sox pitchers have given up at least one, just over 2/3 of the time. League average 58%.
Jabs at it. Brad, who lives in Windermere, Florida, graduated from Olympia High School. Yeah, fairly new high school with a great sports program.
Well, at 0-2, if you really have a lot of trust in your catcher, you bury a slider here because it's the most difficult pitch to bunt. And a lot of managers will still go for it.
Just got a piece of that one.
He threw the slider, was not in the dirt, and he had Miller swinging.
Well, I think that jab
might have convinced him.
Sort of convinced Lloyd he better not put the bunt on. Go all the way down the line with it. Lays off that one. So a ball and 2 strikes.
And surprisingly, Morrison is not getting a good secondary lead. Alexei, at least when Jose takes his stretch, Alexei paying some attention, but then he moves back to his normal position. And Morrison is not getting off that extra 5 feet.
All right. Can't get him.
I would love to see that ball go to third base.
Me too.
Only because it's a 0-0 game. You got 2 guys, lights out, and now a fly ball scores the run.
Me too.
Unfortunately, Jose not thinking about third at all. He's got time and he's looking right at it.
That decision probably cost him the opportunity to stay out there.
Saunders goes in hard, but has always been the case, whoever's making the pivot gets the throw off. In this case, it's Alexei up and over, but can't get it there in time.
No, Robin's just going to tell him what he wants to do with James Jones, who was 0 for 3 at the plate. A pop up to short, fly out deep to center, and a grounder to second. Yeah, the play there.
Third base, and then, you
go to first.
Yeah, you
third
try
to
get
first,
to
and you got just as good a chance that way as you do the other way.
And if you don't, a fly ball then
That's
does
right.
not beat you.
I mean, it's just a bad decision. That's all.
Well, each and every time, Jones has faked a bunt.
Outfield straight up. Rich Donnelly goes through his sequence of signs. Breaking ball strike.
Jones taking a long look down at Donnelly. He's not only giving the signs to him, but he's also giving the signs to Miller at first base.
A lot of times if you're the runner at third, they'll have a key word that if it's said, it means you go. One and one, or sometimes just a touch. No touch means stay. Touch means go.
Well, if it's hit to the middle infield, they're really going to have to get rid of it in a hurry because they're not going to be able to come home with it if it's a contact play. And Jones has got big speed, but he's grounded into 3 double plays this year.
Yes, he did.
Ball caught.
One and two.
Tried to get out of the way, but that one just tipped off the bat, stuck in the glove.
So Quintana looking for the strikeout, the punch out right here. He gone. Big. 2 down.
Threw a face-high fastball and threw it right by Jones. The first time he's gone down on strikes today. Tyler wanted it up there. He gets it in a perfect spot.
Now you get the veteran Willie Bloomquist, who has struck out twice. He is grounded to Alexi at short.
And they're talking about what they want to do if Miller takes off and they try to steal a run in the infield. So the 10th strikeout, and none bigger than the 10th strikeout, ties a season high.
And here comes Robin. So that's going to be it for Quintana, who has pitched his behind off today. Terrific job by Jose, as he usually gives us, and once again he cannot win a ball game. He can lose it, but he cannot win it, and he gets a tremendous ovation from the fans. He departs, and we'll be back.
It was a choice between Ackley and Chavez, 2 left-hand hitters coming off the bench. Jake has been terrific. He's 0-2, but his ERA 194 on for the 37th time. Save opportunities 2 out of 3. He inherits runners at the corners and 2 outs here in the 8th inning. And there's a look at Endy, who is always a threat to bunt. Jose Quintana could hardly do any better than he did, limiting this Mariner team to just 4 hits. The runner's his responsibility, but he has yet to give up a run in the ball game.
Well, he only made 2 mistakes: the walk to Saunders, and then the decision not to go to third.
Yep.
Chavez has always been a pain in the behind to us as he takes ball 1. Always played well against our Sox.
Playing pretty much straight away, not overly deep is Diaz in left field.
There's a strike. That's a big pitch right there. Keep Chavez's mind open a little bit. Whereas if it's 2-0 with Cano on deck, you know he's going to get something good to hit.
Now you figure Miller got a good chance to be going.
Now he's ahead, Jaker is. A ball and 2 strikes. What do you think, Steve? Slow low or hard high?
I'd like to face high fastball, make sure it does not get by Tyler Flowers. Let the little man hit a soft fly ball.
Change up.
Yeah, not the high.
That's the last pitch.
Not the high change. I wouldn't have gone to the high change. No.
Oh, we got away with one there.
He went to the changeup and it was up.
Oh boy, man.
Another change.
You don't want to go full. Take him right here. Gotta hurry. He does. Beautiful peg. He got it there in a heartbeat. And then Jake Meister gets out of it. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th, still scoreless. July 20th at Bub City for a night of live music, comedy, and the off-the-field talents of your favorite White Sox players. Tickets are just $125 and are extremely limited. Extremely limited. So WhiteSoxCharities.org or call 312-674-5391. Gillespie takes first pitch strike.
Andy Chavez takes over defensively and left, having hit for Willie Bloomquist.
Gillespie 0 for 2. Twice he has bounced out to Cano. very quickly. 0-2. Viciedo on deck and Diaz in the hole. Change up low and away. Takes that breaking ball down and in. 2-2. No runs, 4 hits, no errors for them. No runs, 1 hit. No errors for us, and that 1 hit was from the first hitter that Felix Hernandez faced, leading off the bottom of the first.
Well, perhaps Felix is due to give up another one. Trying to throw that fastball by him, but he's down a couple miles an hour from his best fastball in the first couple of innings. That also was right down the middle.
That was it.
But that straight change does make that fastball look a bit better.
A foot quicker. So a full count. Don't help him out.
Only walk issued to Adam Dunn in the 4th inning.
That ball in the gap. Nobody's going to get that one. There, he's going to turn it on. He's going to give it a shot. Miller's relay. Save! Yes!
A 4th drive of the game, and that ball is right down the middle. Just like the pitch before it. And this time, Connor, with the play in front of him, decides that they're not going to be able to get the ball back in time. So Gillespie right there decides he's going to 3rd. And now it forces the infield in at all 4 positions with the go-ahead and potential winning run at 3rd.
Here's Tank. Tank has struck out and fly deep to left field. And that ball's in there. That's going to fall. Well, Tank now on his way to 2nd. He'll get there, and it's a 1-0 Sox lead. Yes!
RBI number 31 for Viciedo.
Don't stop now, boys.
A couple of extra base hits as that changeup stays right in the middle of the plate. And it drops in. The first run of the ball game. Rick Waits now comes out. Sierra's going to pinch run for Viciedo. He carries a very valuable insurance run with him at 2nd base with nobody out. Viciedo with 4 hits yesterday. All important. Probably not near as important as his 1 hit today, because this could be a game winner.
And here's Diaz. He has a job to do. And Cano's going to go to 3rd. Now they're going to get Moises hung up. So get on down there, Alejandro. Safe at 2nd.
And now Joe McEwing is talking into the dugout. He wants to get a review on this play, and Robin's coming out to kill some time until they get a review to see if indeed Sierra was tagged. That's the first thing McEwing did after the play. He didn't get him. That's going to be reversed, I believe. If he said the tag was on him, then he'll be wrong. It was not. That angle you can't see. You could on the first angle.
Robinson Cano, probably the only second baseman in this league. No, Gordon would have gone there.
Yeah.
Gordon would. Those only 2 second basemen in this league would have made that play to third.
Well, Joe saw it right away, and the first thing he did before Sierra could get off the bag was look into the dugout, point at Mark Parent and Robin, and say, look at it again. Here's the angle, and take a look at Seager. Now he's got the baseball, and now he goes to make the tag and doesn't get any part of it. And they're going to reverse the call, so he's in at third. Heads up by Joe McEwing.
So now, Ducks on the pond, nobody out. And Tyler 0 for 2. He's grounded to third and he's grounded to short. Infield in, outfield. They're still deep, straight up and spread out. Breaking ball strike. Hard curveball. 84.
Might be a little aggravation.
Yeah.
Into that one.
Yeah, a little pinky. Carmine Derriere. That's going to get the job done. Attaboy, Tyler. Here comes Moises, and it's a 2-0 ball game.
Tyler Flowers with his first sacrifice fly of the year. And that is a huge insurance run. And of course, not possible without the reversal of the call.
Don't stop now, boys. Here's Adam. He's 1 for 3. Takes first pitch strike. Oh, and 2 the count.
Medina getting loosened up in the bullpen. And he's been one of the guys who's been great out of the pen this year.
So 2 out. And here comes Gordon. Eight strikeouts now for Felix. All right, Gordon. Right man, right time, right spot, right now. Breaking ball strike.
One of the real surprising things is that Hernandez does not have a complete game this year. The entire Mariners staff only has one. It's the guy we faced yesterday.
That ball hit in the center field. But the Sox going to put a pair on the board. We'll go to the ninth, leading 2-0.
And it's Eric Surkamp. He was a starter at AAA before being recalled. Since being recalled, he's got 4 appearances, all out of the pen. ERA 3.38. Total of only 2 2/3. Has yet to give up a hit. And you have to figure he's going to face Cano, and then a judgment will be made as Moises Sierra stays in the game defensively in right.
And here is Robinson Cano. He's 1 for 3. Picked up their first hit with 2 out in the 4th inning. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th place hitters. Just like Abner planned. All right, Eric, no walks, buddy. 2-0 the count.
Well, Zach Putnam is in the pen, and most likely he's going to be brought on to face Hart, you would think.
Come back and get him. There's one. There's the dreaded leadoff walk.
And that's going to be it for Eric Surkamp.
And while he goes out there, a reminder, 2014 MLB All-Star voting isn't over quite yet. Be sure to vote for the final player for each league roster this Sunday through Thursday Check WhiteSox.com on Sunday, July 6th to see who made the team and vote for those who should get the final spot on each league roster. So, Sir Count departs, and we'll be back.
In the person of Corey Hart, and there you look at the numbers. They've been very impressive. He's 3-1, ERA 2.20 on for the 28th time. He's been called on to save one game, and he was successful. Opponent's hitting just .204. So it'll be Hart, Seager, and for the moment Zunino. And of course, with that splitter, Zach is looking to throw a ground ball. Kind of amazing with Corey Hart. This is 39th game. He's been to bat 145 times. He's only grounded into one double play as a right-hand hitter. That's somewhat amazing.
So here we go. Gillespie back guarding the line at third. Hart 0 for 3, a couple of strikeouts and a grounder to short. Big hack. And the count 0-1. Outfield straight up, spread out, about equidistant. Maybe just a slight gap out there in right center. Tyler keeps it in front of him.
Good stop, because you certainly would love to keep the double play in order.
Seager on deck, Zunino in the hole. And there's the base hit. So tying runs aboard with nobody out. Those leadoff walks will get you in a whole bunch of trouble.
Zach unfortunately got that splitter up. He got the ground ball he wanted, but it found the gap between Gillespie and Ramirez. And now Hart is being taken down for a pinch runner. I think it's Dustin Ackley, although it's hard to see through Andy Van Slyke. It is Dustin Ackley.
And here is Seager. 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Grabs the strike with that one.
Seager was not particularly happy with Ed Hickox on that call. Borderline pitch, could have gone either way.
Well,
went
Hickox
Putnam's way.
Had a good game.
Yes, he has.
As did Dana DeMuth last night. One and two.
Seager, no stranger to the strikeout. He's got a couple today, giving him 68 for the year in 84 games.
And no secret to against us. Late inning home run.
Yeah, but we're not in the 14th yet.
Isn't that amazing?
That was amazing.
Only time it's ever been done.
That was amazing.
History.
Yeah.
In case you missed that, we scored 5 runs in the top.
In a scoreless game, 5 runs on top of the 14th.
And we went to the 15th.
They came back with a 5 spot, and the grand slam by Seager tied it up.
Yeah, only time it's ever been done. And all the games have been played. He had a pretty good pitch hit right there and sort of jammed himself. Flips it foul left side. Good job by Tyler. But they got a full count.
Seager's grounded into only 3 double plays this year. That's some 312 at bats.
There's a bullet right at him. Right at him. So here's Cano tagging and going in to third base. That was, thank goodness he did not get it up. Whew, that ball was killed.
A line drive rocket. It's right down the middle of the plate. And almost in his tracks is Moises Sierra. You certainly don't want to airmail the cutoff man here. And made sure Ackley stayed at first base, representing the tying run.
So here's Zunino, a strikeout, pop up to first, and a ground out to short. Ackley 3 for 5 in stolen bases. That's a pretty good lead. High and foul.
Zunino's got some pretty big power, but he doesn't walk. And he does strike out quite a bit. 90 strikeouts, only 11 walks this entire season.
Good job by Tyler, keeping it in front so that Ackley could see it.
You got a real good base runner at first. He's going to be at second. The reason being, if his momentum is going towards second, he takes off, and I don't think that Tyler would have made this throw. He did a good job of keeping the ball from getting by him. But fortunately, Ackley is still at first.
That is into center field. Ackley tags. He's not going anywhere as Cano scores, and it's a 2-1 ball game. 2 down. So the leadoff walk crosses the plate.
RBI 33 for Zunino. That is 4th sacrifice fly. And here's the guy who's hit the ball the best of all of these Mariners today.
Hit it hard 3 times. And here comes Coop. Going out deep to left. Had an infield single, a hard infield single, and then a line shot single into left. Logan Morrison. Two runs, 3 hits, no errors for our guys. 1 run, 5 hits, no errors for their guys here in the top of the 9th inning with 1 on and 2 out. If you're just tuning in, we had a great ball game going. Our Jose Quintana against their Felix Hernandez, who scored 2. Well, Felix in the bottom of the 8th, and they've got 1 here in the top of the 9th. Jacks it up and takes ball 1. Ground ball. Gets by both of them. So now Ackley winds up on third.
Caromed off Abreu, caromed off Beckham, and fortunately Sierra, sprinting toward the plate, got to it because for a moment it looked like Ackley might be able to turn third, but Rich Donnelly saw that Sierra was getting to the baseball and he held him right there. Right off Abreu, right off Beckham.
And that'll bring up Michael Saunders. We have no left-handers in that pen. I love this game.
When you're playing a one-run game and you're seeing the kind of pitching we saw today, little things will make the difference. And this has been well played and well pitched all the way through.
So here's Saunders. He has struck out, singled, and walked. Count evens. And we got ourselves a 2-2 tie.
He threw that fastball inside part of the plate. Saunders, his second hit, his 27th run batted in.
All started with that leadoff walk.
Yeah, it did, and there's that fastball.
Leadoff walks will get you in a lot of trouble. We still got some work to do. As here's Brad Miller, 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. And there's a shot. Dazzle comes on, makes the catch to save a run. But we'll go to the bottom of the ninth, tied at 2.
Mariners have out hit our Sox 7-3. It's been an errorless game. And somehow the boys are going to have to scratch a run across against Yorvis Medina. It's 4-1 ERA, 240. On for the 35th time. Opponents hitting just 181, which is a really low batting average with 19 hits in 30 innings. Part of the league's best bullpen, league's lowest ERA, one of baseball's best, one of baseball's hardest throwing bullpens.
Yorvis, 25 years old, 6'3", 245 pounds. Out of Puerto Cabello, Venezuela.
His nickname El Caballo. Have you ever heard that one before?
Yeah. Yeah.
He got his because he has a reputation as a workhorse. Now he's a pensman. And here's a guy that's got a hitting streak to extend. Maybe a game to win.
Wouldn't that be nice?
He extended on a home run yesterday. Medina's given up a couple of home runs in 30 innings of work.
He is 0 for 3. He has struck out, gone out deep to center field. James Jones made a good catch on him, hitting the wall, and he's grounded to short. Breaking ball from Yorvis.
So the streak of Felix Hernandez goes on. It's now 10 straight games of at least 7 innings of work and 2 or less earned runs given up.
That's amazing.
10 starts in a row.
He pitched a great ball again. He's a great pitcher, no question about it. And that fastball at 96, but a 2-0 count.
That one just missed hitting him.
And that one at 96. So 2-1. Done on deck. Alexi in the hole. Miller. Low throw, bobbled. Had time to get over the top and didn't do it.
He had all kinds of time, but he's going to be charged with his 12th error of the year, by far leading the ball club in that department.
Again, they say error 3, that's an error 6.
You can't give E3 here.
No.
I think Bob's going to have to change that as Morrison gets hit with a real bad throw from shortstop. Came up and I think got him in the upper body, but that's the winning run at first base.
And they change it to error 6. And here's Adam Dunn. Adam 0 for 2 with a walk. So far this year, the Mariners have caught the ball better than anybody in baseball. That's just their 41st error. And there is ball 1 at 96. Shift is on. Seager on first base side of second. Outfield very deep. That one at 95 for a strike. Getting the over fastball. Checks it up, fouls it back for a 1-2 count.
If you can get Jose into scoring position, that's when you might think about a pinch runner. At first base, not quite yet.
Breaking ball, 2-2. He is full. Don't help him out.
Both of those breaking balls slipped out of Medina's hand. He helped him out. That ball was out of the zone. Take a look at where the 6 appears on the Xfinity pitch tracks. A whole lot of movement on that Medina fastball.
So here's Alexi. Alexi's faced this guy twice and he's 0 for 2. First pitch always big in this scenario goes Alexi's way. First and 30, Alexi. Tops the foul. So 1-1 to count. Ball gets by him. So now
the decision for Robin. It is a wild pitch. That one going to the screen. Winning run. 180 feet away. That one will get your attention. 95 upstairs. And Alexi just able to get out of the way of it.
That ball was trying to hunt him down. And that will get your adrenaline up. Gillespie on deck. And here's the 3-1 pitch. It's full.
We get a lefty in the bullpen for Seattle. And with that, Paul Konerko is starting to get loose in the dugout.
Long look in, too long for Alexi. Ball hit hard right to him. Dadgummit. That was a rocket off the bat of Alexei. One hopper. 2 down. So here's Gillespie. Started off that 2 on 8th with a triple.
A one hopper, but Seager there makes the play easily. And now I think Lloyd is probably going to put Gillespie on. Take their chances with Sierra in a righty-righty matchup.
Time to be a hero, Moises. Give him a thrill, buddy. Now he's going to be taken down for Konerko. And Leury is going to go run in. For Abreu. And here comes Lloyd.
Meeting with the whole infield to go over scouting report they have on Paul Konerko.
So Paulie still a good fastball hitter, and at one time one of the best fastball hitters in the game.
Last 4 pinch hitting appearances, he's gotten 3 hits, so he's 5 for 18 with a couple driven in as a pinch hitter this year. And Leury representing the winning run out at second, where nobody is paying much attention to him, so he's got a huge lead.
If you're going to go, you can better. There's a breaking ball strike. You better know that you can make it standing up. Well, that was a big pitch right there. First ball, breaking ball strike.
Yes, it was. But eventually he'll throw a fastball. Gotta hope it's in the zone. There was a fastball, but it was low and out of the zone.
Now the outfield has come well in from where they were. 2 on, 2 out, 1-1 to count. And a count 2-1 with Alejandro on deck.
Chavez does not throw very well in left field. Base hit there. It's going to be very tough for him to throw out Leury.
Ball hit sharply. Meanwhile, That'll retire the side. We'll go to extra innings in this game, tied at 2.
Space. Larry Garcia stays in the game and he moves to right field. And Javi Guerra comes on. No record, 2.25 ERA, on for the 14th time. Opponent's hitting just 224 against him. And he's got to deal with top of the order and 3 left-hand hitters. And this is a lineup filled with them.
James Jones 0 for 4. He's popped to short, going out deep to center, grounded to second, and struck out. Breaking ball strike. Gillespie at the cut of the grass at third. And that evens the count at 1. Andy Chavez on deck, and Robinson Cano in the hole. One and two.
Jones has not been on in the series, and that's a good thing because he is their best by far base stealer.
Lays off that high one, and it's even at 2. Close pitch, didn't get it.
That might have been the biggest pitch of the ball game, depending on if they can control Jones.
The dreaded leadoff walk. That got us last inning. Surkamp walk Cano. Started off that 2-run ninth, and here the leadoff walk to the man who's 17 for 18 in stolen bases.
And he's a pretty good bunter, and it is an option.
Came to bat in the 8th inning and grounded out. Hit a chopper to Alexei, who had to gun it over there just to get it. Gillespie on the grass, comes sneaking in a couple more steps. He is not bunting, he is taking a strike. $17 for 18. Two 7-1 for the Mariners. 2-3-0 for our Sox here in the top of the 10th inning. This is our 6th extra inning game. In the first 5 we're 2-3. We played 3 at home and we're 1-2. Takes another strike and the count 0-2. This is just the 4th extra inning game for Seattle. All of them on the road. And in the first 3 they are 1-2.
Mark Barrett in charge of slide steps, throws the first and pitch outs. I'd be willing to call a pitch out here at 0-2.
A lot of guys will not call it 0-2 unless they're going to call it 1-2. And how many times have you seen them win
back-to-back pitch outs?
Back-to-back.
Not often.
Not often. That's when.
And although that wasn't a pitch out, it might well have been. You'd like to tempt him on 0-2.
And we got no left-hander for Cano. That's one thing about having one left-hander in your bullpen. 9th inning, last inning was when you get late innings in a close ball game, you only got one left-hander. You're at a disadvantage.
Especially against the lineup that Seattle runs out there.
Yeah. Yeah, we had to leave Zach out there. Morrison, left-handed hitter. Saunders drove in the tying run, left-handed hitter. Two and two. Pretty good lead now, about a half a step bigger. And that breaking ball way out in front. Hammers it foul. And once again, a reminder, Noesi tomorrow on the bump for us. And he'll be opposed by Taijuan Walker. So make your plans to be with us here at the ballpark. If you can't, that game will be over Comcast Sportsnet. He gone.
That one could have gone either way, and that one goes Guerra's way.
So here's Cano. He's 1 for 3, but he walked to start off the 9th inning. And started that 2-run rally. to tie it up. As he takes first pitch strike. Not Cano. Since he's been in this league, he has never been afraid to take a strike. To look at somebody. That is a heck of a lot of confidence. And Karams over past him into center field. So now that leadoff walk is going to be on third base. On a bullet single off the bat of Robinson Cano.
Now instead of Corey Hart, because he was taken down for a pinch runner, Dustin Ackley, it's going to be Ackley coming to bat. He rifles this one right back up the middle, almost caroming to Gordon Beckham. But he can't get to it, putting runners at the corners.
Corey Hart was the first guy that Putnam faced, and here comes Coop. After Surkamp walked Cano last inning, and then Corey singled in the left field, put 2 men on, nobody out. Things were looking pretty good, but then Seager lined hard, a bullet right to Sierra in right field. Cano tagged and went to third. Then the sacrifice fly by Zunino. So 2 were out, and we were leading 2-1. Then the 2 left-handed hitters come up, and they get base hits. So here's Dustin Ackley making his first plate appearance. Ackley played last night. Of course, that was against Chris Sale and went 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts.
Cano 5 out of 7 in stolen bases, and they're playing the infield in. And you got a speed burner at third.
And Cano was 5 for 7 in stolen bases. There he goes. So they give him second. Now base it'll put you 2 down. And the count 2-1.
Pretty good game plan if you can get by Ackley. And you can put Seager on first base. Take your chances with Zunino.
Count hangs at 2-2. He gone. Yeah. 2 down.
.94-mile-an-hour fastball. He throws it right by him, and now they're not going to even take a look. Kyle Seager. He's going to go to first base, and Javi's going to have to retire Zunino.
And that's ball 4. So that'll load them up. Sags packed with Seattle guys. Two down. Zunino 0 for 3 with that sacrifice fly. Picked up his 33rd RBI. He's had some big hits. Big situations for the Mariners. Outfield straight up, spread out a little bit, about equidistant. And he takes up high ball 1. $23,113. And they saw a heck of a pitching duel between our Jose Quintana and their Felix Hernandez. Jose 7 2/3, no runs, 4 hits, 1 walk, 10 strikeouts. Hernandez 8 innings, 2 runs earned, 3 hits, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts. Two and 1 to count. Pops him up. Beckham. Yes, he got it. So Guerra pitches out of it. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Diaz, Flowers, and back to the top of the order with Adam Eaton.
Game. Gave up a couple of runs on a couple of hits. He gave a 2-run homer to Paul Konerko. He's 1-4 ERA, a little above 4 1/4 on for the 36th time. Opponent's hitting .276. That's a very high total. And he's going to start with the bottom part of the order. Diaz, Flowers, and rolls to the top to Eaton.
If you're just tuning in, scoreless tie until the 8th when we scored those 2. And they tied it with 2 in the 9th. So here is Diaz 0 for 3 in this game, and he has faced Furbish twice, and he's 0 for 2. Big gap out there in right center for him if he can find it. Not on that one. Breaking ball, nothing in one. Breaking ball, bunted. That's fair ball. Just fair, so 1 out.
No place at all for Alejandro to go once Morrison catches the ball in fair territory, and he rushed to it because that ball was in fair territory. So now that's going to be it for Charlie Furbush as McClendon comes out. It's a good idea, but you want this on the grass, and you'd like it at Cano. So as Furbush walks out, we'll step out and be back after these messages. One and 1 ERA, 2.80 on for the 35th time. Opponent's hitting just 226 against him. 39 strikeouts and 35 and a third. And like so many of these Mariners, he can rush it up there.
So Tyler Flowers comes to the plate with 1 out here in the bottom of the 10th. Tyler 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly. Takes first pitch strike. Breaking ball. Hung it. Got away with it. 1-1. Off the end of the bat. Nice pick by Miller. 2 down.
Well, he's trying for a rally cap. It's never too late. And his friend is making sure he's got a strong neck.
Here's Adam. He's 1 for 4. Takes a high strike. very quickly. Nothing in 2. For their guys in the 11th, if we get there, it'll be Morrison, Saunders, and Miller. 3 left-handed hitters. Foul tipped, hung on to, and that'll do it. Quick inning, and we're into the 11th. Two runs on 8 hits, 1 error. We have 2 runs on 3 hits in this ball game, no errors. Fortunately, 2 of our 3 hits came in the 8th inning when we scored 2 runs. And they scored 2 in the top of the 9th to tie it. Leadoff walk got us in a lot of trouble there. So Logan Morrison will lead it off for them.
Yeah, let's see if we can retire this guy. Last time we got him was the 3rd inning.
And that was on a deep drive to left field. He's hit the ball hard all 4 times. 3 for 4. And that ball is hit hard. And he makes a catch. He stayed with it and made the catch. What a play by Adam Eaton. Mercy.
That ball was hit so hard it was knuckleballing out, and he couldn't really get a decent read on it, so he had to drift, and it was drifting to his right and hauled it in. Morrison hits a daylights out of this. 400 feet to center field. As you can see, he has to go back to his right because that knuckleball effect just pushes it. What a play by Adam Eaton. Wow.
That is one of the best you will see. Look at
he was thinking 2 or 3 bases for sure if it stayed in the park.
Well, Javi was thinking it was not going to stay in the park. And here's Saunders. He's 2 for 3 with an RBI in the 9th. That tied up the ball game at 2. Yeah, that's one of the best catches because of what Steve told you. That ball was knuckling one out there. There's a 3-hopper and 2 out. What made that just a beautiful play was when he had to reach back to his right when he was going left.
It's really hard to predict the flight. Just try to predict what a knuckleball is going to do.
So here's Brad Miller. Takes first pitch strike. He's 0 for 4.
Well, fortunately, the line drive, and it was a vicious line drive he hit to end the 9th inning. Stayed up long enough for Alejandro to catch it in left field. That could have been a game ender.
Well, that was on first and third. 2 out. And the count 0-2. Miller's got some pop. He's got 8 home runs. And that's popped up, so it's going to be a nice inning for Javi Guerra, highlighted by that gorgeous play. A beautiful play by Adam Eaton. Man.
Leading off, but with his defense, as he stays right with this, has to go back to his right because of the knuckleball effect. He's able to haul it in, bang into the wall, and he's got a very appreciative team full of players as they escort him and lift him into the dugout. That was some play.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, when you're going back and you're going to your left and all of a sudden you've got to reach back.
Pretty good. And knowing the fence is coming up because you're 2-3 steps deep on the track.
And you're going to get hammered. Beckham to lead it off. Leury Garcia on deck. Gordon's due. He's 0 for 4. High pop-up, souvenir right side.
Ronald loosening up in the pen.
Gordon has faced Farquhar one time and has a hit. Off the end of the bat. So here comes Leury. He'll be making his first plate appearance. Went in to run for Abreu. In the 9th inning. So you got Logan Morrison guarding the line, and Wright Eaton with the bag at first. One and one to count. Don't help him out. Three and one. No activity down in that Mariner pen. There's a big man on deck. That's into center field. Softly hit, and it's going to fall for the base hit. So good speed aboard.
Farquhar's stuff this year, not quite what it was last year. This looked like a cutter inside, and one of our fastest base runners aboard, carrying with him the winning run. But last year, Danny Farquhar struck out 79 in 55 2/3 innings. That's 12.77 strikeouts per 9 innings. That's an all-time reliever record for the Mariners.
Here's Adam. Adam 0 for 3 with a base on balls. That coming back in the 4th inning.
That play was close at first, as Farquhar's got a good move, very quick to first base.
Adam was the only guy that Felix Hernandez walked. Takes the strike. A shank. Taking some other scores for you. Boston beat Baltimore 3-2. Tampa Bay leading the Tigers 5-0. Game is 8 innings.
That was Anibal Sanchez that started that game for the Tigers.
Top of the 6th at Comerica Park. And that is a souvenir left side. Yankees and Minnesota tied at 1, bottom of the 11th. That is a doubleheader at Fenway.
Pretty good
2
straight
down.
change gets Adam done.
There's Alexei. Space Farquhar one time has 1 hit.
Seager is right on the line and deep at third. The outfield just about as deep as they can get all the way around in a no double set. But if a ball winds up in the gap, it'll be impossible to get Leary at the plate.
That pitch is fouled back. Washington leading the Cubs 7-0. That's going to the bottom of the 5th inning. Gio Gonzalez on the bump for the Nasty Nats. Arizona was leading Atlanta. It is now 7-4 Braves over the D-backs in the 5th inning. That was going to be a base hit if it stayed fair. Got it down, but foul.
Good idea. He took a look back at Seager, saw him very close to the outfield grass. It's a good idea. And it would have left it up to Gillespie, a lefty-righty matchup.
Now let's see if the Mariners pitch out here. didn't have to. And we'll go to the 12th.
The ball game. It's a 2-2 tie. And we are in the top of the 12th. He's 3-4 ERA, about 5.5 on for the 36th time. Opponent's hitting rather high, 284. And so he's got to go right to the top. Jones, Chavez, and Cano. They got 5 lefties in a row in the lineup at the top, with 2 late insertions of Endy Chavez. Came out a pinch hit for Willie Bloomquist, and Dustin Ackley, who came out to run for Corey Hart.
Well, they got 8 out of the 9 guys in this lineup right now left-handed hitters. 8 of 9. The only right-handed hitter is Zunino. So here's James Jones. He's 0 for 4 with a walk.
Mariner bullpen up and going.
There's a pop up and 1 out.
Fortunately, Jones does not have real good technique yet. He might eventually get it, but he was running out of the box, dropping the head of the bat. When you drop the head of the bat, you're going to pop the ball straight up. And Tom Wilhelmsen, who was a closer once upon a time a few years ago, and a good one, before kind of losing confidence, as well as that great curveball he had. Now apparently he's gotten it back.
Endy Chavez been to the plate twice. He grounded to short and struck out. And there's a base hit. So good speed aboard. But here comes the man, Robinson Cano. 2 for 4 today. But his big at bat was a leadoff walk in the 9th inning, leading off. That started that 2-run rally. You take that first pitch, get a look at that fastball. And if he gets it and he sees it, that's what he did last time up against Scarra. Took the first ball fastball. Next pitch was a fastball. He just killed it right back through the middle.
That actually was a pretty good pitch, and Ronald didn't get it. It was a high breaking ball, but it was in the zone.
It was a good pitch to hit, too.
Yeah.
Two balls and a strike. Chavez, just a decent lead over there. All right, take your time and rack 'em up. Ball hit sharply. Meanwhile, we'll go to the bottom of the 12th.
He's 6'6", in excess of 220 pounds. 2012, he was very good. 29 saves and a .250 ERA in 73 games. This year, 0-1, but an ERA of .260. This is 33rd appearance. He's been called on to save 3 games. He's been successful once. He has a big overhand curveball.
Well, he's been somewhat of an enigma for the Mariners because, as you summed him up, when he's had his good control, he's almost unhittable.
There was some times when he was closing and he would come in a ball game and had nose-to-toes curveball that was impossible to hit.
Yeah, backed it up, sent it to Cooperstown. So here we go. Gillespie to start us off. Gap out there in left center. He takes ball 1.
He was originally drafted by Milwaukee in 2002, 7th round pick. Kind of amazingly spent 2004 till 2008 out of organized baseball before coming back.
And the count 2-0. Don't help him out. Zone him in.
He got 22 walks in 45 innings, and that is not what you want from a late inning reliever.
A little soft fly ball in the right. 1 down. And that'll bring up Paulie. Paulie's been on the plate 1 time, hit into a 6-4 fielder's choice. Hits the ball sharp. Hit it hard right to Brad Miller. Paulie 2 for 6 lifetime off this big right-hander. Somewhat of a unique situation. He spent 2004 through 2008 out of organized baseball.
.42 all time with Jason Giambi on the radar screen.
And that's popped up. 2 down. That'll bring up Alejandro. Alejandro is 0 for 3 today. Last time I tried to bunt. And he's faced Will Holmson twice, and he's 0 for 2. Check that, he's 1 for 2 off Will Helmson.
Look for that ball low and in. Try to hit it out of here.
That ball hit into left field deep. Chavez back. He's there. Right up against the fence, makes the catch, and that'll retire the side. We're into the 13th inning, tied at 2. Nothing lead going to the 9th. If you're just tuning in, Cano walked the lead off that inning. Then Ackley got a base hit. Seager hit a rocket right to Moises Sierra in right field. Then a sacrifice fly after Cano had tied to go on the 3rd by Zunino. Then 2 straight hits, one by Morrison and Sanders. Left-handed hitters tied it up. But like we talk about, it doesn't make any difference what your starters do. If your bullpen doesn't get it done, it's not going to get done, period. As there's a strike to Ackley.
Paul Konerko is over toward the line and deep at first. Gillespie is off the line and shallow at third.
Ackley's been able to play one time, struck out, and he's 0-2 right here. Battle of bullpens. That's what this game has evolved into. Good pitch to hit. Couldn't do anything with it.
White Sox extra inning home run leaders. Frank Thomas with 7 leads the way. Paul Konerko right behind him with 6.
Two and two. Yeah, talking about complete games, the leader in the American League has 3. 3 teams with 3 complete games. Texas, Houston, well, 4 teams, New York and Detroit. There's a chopper 2 hopper. One out. And here's Seager. 0 for 4 with an intentional walk.
Twice he's hit the ball very hard, however. Once right at Abreu at first, and the other a vicious line drive to right field.
Takes first pitch strike.
That was Sierra at the time, who had moved out there in place of Viciedo.
We only have 4 hits. 2 4-0 for us, 2 9-1 for them. Paulie with a nice play. 2 down.
Ball going to his right. And then Belisario making sure he gets there, and he gets there in plenty of time.
So here's Zunino. 0 for 4 with that sacrifice fly, picking up his 33rd ribby. All right, guys, in the 13th. It'll be Flowers, and back to the top of the order with Eaton and Beckham. Finale of this homestand tomorrow. Taiwan Walker for them, and Hector Noesi for us. Can't make it to the ballpark. That game will be over Comcast Sportsnet. Then after the game, we board our charter, head on up to Boston for a 4-game series, and then go to Cleveland for 3. After the game tomorrow, these Mariners go home. As the count moves to 3-1, they'll have 4 with Minnesota, 3 with Oakland, and then the All-Star game. Full count. Softly hit. Alexei throws him out. So a nice inning for Bella. And we'll go to the bottom of the 13th. It on for us here in the bottom of the 13th inning in this 2-2 tie. First 8 innings went very swiftly. 2 great performances by Quintana and their Felix Hernandez. Just tuning in, Quintana 7 2/3, no runs, 4 hits, 1 walk, had 10 strikeouts. Felix, 8 innings, 2 runs, just 3 hits, 1 walk, and had 8 strikeouts. Then the 9th came. We let him score 2 to tie it up, and here we are.
And if you've been following Jose Quintana over the last year and a half or so, it should come as no surprise that despite pitching unbelievably well, he got yet another no decision.
So here's Tyler. Tyler 0 for 3 with a sacrifice fly. Can't get the breaking ball. Very quickly, the count 0-2. Tried to get him to chase that one.
Cano playing pretty much up the middle, almost the entire right side vacated. Morrison doesn't want to stray that far off the line, conceding a double if it goes that way.
One out. Each team with 12 strikeouts today. And here's Adam. He's 1 for 5. Led off the bottom of the first with a sharp single to center. Takes ball 1. You're looking at Will Helmson's playing record. Started in 2003. And after 1 year, that was it. Up until 2009. Softly hit. Miller. Two out, and here's Beckham. Gordon is 0 for 5 today. Count evens at 1 to Beckham. Ball hit hard but foul. If we get to the 14th, they will have Morrison, Saunders, and Miller. All left-handed hitters as there is.
Unfortunately, Gordon.
Strike 3.
Yeah, did not pick up the fact that it was called by Hickox. He thought he had checked his swing and thrown out at first.
All right, that'll do it. We're into the 14th. For the Mariners, 2-4-0. 4 hits for us through 13 innings. Belisario into his third inning of work. For their guys, it's going to be Morrison, Saunders, and Miller.
Well, hopefully it'll be a little softer retirement for Logan Morrison, because the 2 times he was retired hit the daylights out of the ball with 3 singles sandwiched in between.
Yeah, he has swung the bat well today. Logan hitting at .262, 4 homers and 14 knocked in. Count evens at 1. Well, we see history made almost every day watching Jose Abreu. This is part of history that you don't want to be involved in, the longest games. What's the longest game you ever played in?
Good question. I have blacked them out of my memory. I don't know.
We played a 22-inning game against the White Sox when I was with Washington.
What, 4 hours and 10 minutes in those days?
22 innings.
Did you go the distance?
No, I didn't start the game. I think I pinch hit in the bottom of the 9th and went 0 for 5.
It's good.
I had a bum ankle. Playing first base, and Canigliaro hit me in just below the calf. Put like 20 stitches in there.
If you have an offer and you start that game, that's like a bad week.
Yeah, it is. Certainly do anything for your psyche either. Just reaches out and pokes that one foul for a souvenir, and right now the 23,113. Still a lot here, but good chance to get a souvenir.
Surprised Morrison was able to foul that last ball off. That ball was a good 6-8 inches off the outside corner.
Here you go. I'll tell you, a long day. My first year in the Florida State League, I was playing with Sanford Greyhounds. We had a lot of rain down there. You have a lot of rain during this summer at the Florida State League. We went to Leesburg, played the Baltimore Orioles farm team. We played a triple header.
A triple header?
A triple header.
For any particular reason?
Yeah, we had the rain. It rained out, and we had to make them up. Didn't have much time or whatever. 3 7-inning games. Ten 2 and 6, I believe it was. Scheduled. Saunders, the game tying RBI in the 9th inning. That coming with 2 out. Yeah, when you're going to play a triple header and it's about 97 degrees with 100% humidity, that's interesting. Gordon.
Probably going to be a base hit.
Knocked it down. There should be a base hit.
And it is a base hit. That's the third for Saunders. Gordon did his best to get to it. And he got a glove on it, but he couldn't quite corral it.
So here's Brad Miller. He's 0 for 5 today.
Saunders 2 steals, but he's been thrown out 4 times.
Big gap out there in right center. So the youngster out of Windermere, Florida, right outside of Orlando. Boy, every time we saw him this spring, he just hung out a rope someplace.
He looked really good.
Oh, boy.
And probably will get back there. Hasn't been the easiest for him. He's shown that he has some pretty good power. But that batting average just hovering right at the 201 mark.
Well, it's tough on youngsters. And everybody really, but especially youngsters, when you're playing on a team and you've been playing well and you've been getting great pitching from starters and bullpen and nobody's hitting. So it makes it double tough on them. Because you try to do too much, you push the envelope too far, and the first thing you know, you're hitting 201 like he is. And you don't get drafted in the second round because you're a 201 hitter.
For Belisario, a lot of pitches. Out to deliver his 41st.
Well, we got Rienzo and Webb remaining. Just got a piece of it. And John Walgren, our producer, says he found 2 games where my partner, Stoney, went 10 innings.
Yes, but unfortunately the game didn't end then. Kept on going.
Boy, you got a cookie right there and missed it. Thank goodness.
That was the year, I believe, that we broke camp heading north with 9 pitchers. 5 starters, 4 relievers, which Baltimore did on more than one occasion, and gave Earl a couple extra moves off that bench.
Well, that's how we used to judge it. Well, how many pitchers he was going to come north with. If he was going to come north with 10, we had a chance. If he was coming north with 9, we were in trouble. Because those 9 were going to get the job done.
Yeah, you were kind of expected to go deep in the ball games. And you pretty much had to. But it also gave Earl a lot of different moves he could make off the bench. Now, Lloyd McClendon has 13 pitchers, which means he's got 3 moves he can make off the bench. That's it. So we better use them wisely. And of course, when you're in the 14th, you've probably used most of them, except one.
Pitch out.
Pretty good guess on the part of Mark Parent. Bad execution on the part of Ronald Belisario.
So there will be a stolen base.
Three out of 7 now for Saunders.
Just off the plate, full count. Well, both these clubs really are handicapped in a way. The Mariners, because they don't have the right-handed hitters. And us, because we only have one left-hander in the pen.
Yep. Makes it difficult.
Yeah,
makes managerial moves very difficult.
Yeah, it does. That ball hit hard in the center field, curving away from him. So that's going to be a ground rule double. And the Mariners take the lead on the shot off the bat of Brad Miller.
He didn't hit the sweet spot of that, but that got up in the wind and just accelerated. His 8 home runs will show you he's strong, and so that pitch out, normally you'd catch a break there, but the pitch out that went awry put him on second, where the go-ahead run now has crossed the plate.
And here's James Jones. Yeah, that was a line shot out there off the track into the seats.
And that one continued just a slice away from Adam Eaton, who's caught everything in his vicinity in this series.
Actually, all year long.
Yep.
1-1 to count.
There is the closer, Fernando Rodney.
A ball and 2 strikes for our guys in the bottom of the 14th. As you look at Daniel Webb, Leury, Garcia, Dunn, and Alexei.
And Rodney's got 24 saves.
Two hopper. 2 out. Well, when you can throw 95 and you get a changeup as good as his, you're going to do something good.
That changeup has really set him apart from the beginning, because he always had the big fastball. But that changeup with the same motion and the same release point of the fastball has confused a whole lot of people over the years.
So here's Chavez. He's 1 for 3.
You certainly don't want to pitch around this guy to get to the next guy.
Cano started off that 9th inning with a base on balls. Led to 2 runs to tie us up. There's a strike for our 2-1 count. Taking some other scores, Minnesota in 11 innings beat the Yankees 2-1. Washington leading the Cubs 9-0. That's in the 7th. In D.C., bottom of the 8th in Detroit, 7-1 Tampa Bay. And the count 3-1. First of doubleheader, Fenway, Boston beat Baltimore 3-2. Pittsburgh leading the Phillies 3-1, bottom of the 8th at PNC. 9-4 Atlanta leading Arizona in the 7th inning down in Georgia.
And he thought he had walked, but that slider had the inside corner.
I think Ed may have lost the count there and thought it was strike 3.
Yeah, he had rung him up.
Yeah,
but can't ring him up with only 1 strike.
So a full count. Tops that one foul. Out in Denver, Rockies leading the Dodgers 8-5. That's in the 7th. Milwaukee shutting out Cincinnati 1-0, bottom of the 8th at the Great American Ballpark. Ground ball, 3-hopper, backs up, makes the play, but they come up with a run. Single by Saunders, a double by Brad Miller, and we'll go to the bottom of the 14th. We trail it 3-2.
Mariners have taken a 3-2 lead, and Rodney on for the 36th time. The record for a closer not really relevant, but he's 1-3. The ERA is .216. 24 of 26 in save opportunities. Only 11 walks, 38 strikeouts. Has a great straight change. He's always worn his hat a bit crooked, giving you the illusion that he is looking at you when you're leading off at first, when he really is not.
Every year it gets a little more over to the left.
It does that. He used to throw 98, 99 to go with that good straight change. Now maybe a couple miles an hour less than that, but he still has a terrific arm.
Yeah, that terrific arm's made him an awful lot of money. He's been one of the best closers in the game. Yuri Garcia will lead it off. He'll be followed by Adam Dunn.
Rodney's been around seemingly forever. He was signed in 1997 with the Tigers, finally making it up to Detroit in 2002. Then going to the Angels, then Tampa. His save high 48 with Tampa Bay in 2012.
Well, you get a lockdown closer today, and he is worth his weight and whatever he negotiates.
He had a .60 ERA for a year.
That doesn't surprise you or me, but that stuff he's got. We both seen him when he was unhittable.
Yeah. 43 hits in 74 2/3 innings. That was some year. Gave up 5 earned runs all year long. 76 games.
One and one to count.
But you'd really love to hit his fastball, because that straight change is tough to pick up.
He's got one of those change ups that literally you can look for it and get it and still can't do anything with it. Now that's what you call a power change up. Any pitch that you can look for, get, and still not handle, that's a power pitch.
You'd love to have Leurion to lead off the inning with all that speed.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Tries to bunt it, and that'll be a strikeout.
I'm not sure where that came from, but that being said, it's a terrific play if you can get it in play.
It's great.
And not a very good play when you don't.
Well, that's a lot of plays in baseball like that, and that's one of them. But that's a play in baseball to me is only good before. Now, if you execute it fine, it was great. But if you don't, the idea was good, but it was bad. So like a manager, he puts a hit and run on, and guy lines into a double play. Doesn't make it a bad play. It just was not executed.
No, and that actually, I mean, that actually probably was a good call.
Yeah. There's that changeup.
Well, when you throw 95, which he does, and the changeup's at 82. And you have the same motion and same release point, it's really tough to keep your hands from coming forward. And once you commit, you can get nothing in the swing.
That fastball at 96. Adam 0 for 4 today. He's due. Alexei on deck. Softly hit. Miller. Nice play. Nice play. So we're down to our last out. Alexei has faced Fernando 10 times, has 2 hits. He did go. Three runs, 11 hits, 1 error for them. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for us here in the bottom of the 14th inning. As we are down to our last bullet. 2 out, 0-2. The count. Good job by Alexei. just to get a piece of that. That was a B pitch right there.
Well, that one Rodney got up there at 97, so he reached back with everything he had, trying to get a little something extra on it. And that front foot taps, so it disrupts the timing of the hitter. You expect after that front foot comes through, the arm's coming next, but that little tap makes it difficult.
And there's a chopper. Outfielder deep, straight up and spread out. And that ball just out of play from Logan Morrison. Another good job by Alexi. Even though that pitch was down, 0-2 count, you're just defending the plate.
Take a look at that front foot toe tap. He does it a time or two sometimes. There's one. And some other times he'll go out a little bit further with it. It just makes it a little more deceptive.
He's just been a very gifted guy. That size with that kind of arm for this long. And this ball game is over. So they outlast us. They score 2 in the top of the ninth to tie us. And they win it 3-2, and we'll be back.